Well, look who it is! Welcome back to the Great Ace Attorney Adventures, and, like clockwork, the leakers were right. Yet again, there's a Nintendo Switch, Direct, today, at 3 a.m., just like everybody said. It is a 30-minute Direct. We will be streaming it at 3 a.m., so if you're watching this live, or perhaps before the Direct comes out, you can come join us live. And if not, well, of course, you can watch the VOD when that comes up. But yes, we said yesterday I'd keep you updated whether or not Nintendo Direct was announced, and yes, very much. Instantly, as I woke up, I saw the announcement. I was like, well, there you go. And I will say, I stood behind the regular Direct idea, while everybody else was thinking it was a mini or a partner showcase. I knew it wasn't going to be a partner showcase, okay? With Switch 2 around the corner, ain't no way. All the partners are working on Switch 2. They ain't doing shit for Switch 1. However, though, before we hop in, there is a little rumor I saw that apparently one of the third-party reveals today is going to cause a lot of, not discourse, but a lot of conversation. So, I don't know what that means. It could be Silk Song, but I'm not holding out hope. My arms are tied behind my back, and my clown makeup is in the drawer. I am not holding out hope for Silk Song, but if it is there, I will shit the biggest brick, and so will a lot of other people. We've been waiting for that shit for a long time. But yes, let's hop in. So last time on The Great Ace Attorney, we didn't do that much, because we got really scatterbrained and started talking about Persona for like 30 to an hour. But we did investigate a little bit of the crime, and we got to, do a little deduction. We found out about a fire that happened above the crime scene, so that's probably something. Oh, yeah. No, we're going to do a bingo board, yeah. I'm probably going to do what I usually do and make the bingo board beforehand, because it's actually a little tough to do it the way that I do it, so I'll make the bingo board beforehand, and we will have it up for the stream, and we will, do our regular, little stamp off, try to get a bingo. I might even ask the Discord for ideas if I'm, running low. But we gotta make 2 bingos in 1 week. Isn't that crazy? We got 2 cakes. 2 cakes. We got 2 directs, which is pretty fucking insane. That's pretty insane. I thought for sure we weren't gonna get a direct at all, since we have the Switch 2 one, next week. But, yeah, I guess we'll see. My wallet is shivering because I know there's going to be some shadow drops in this one. There's going to be at least 2 shadow drops. One of them might be Nintendo. I'm a little scared. I think that Metroid Prime 2 and 3 have a very big chance of being here, and my wallet is quaking. Anyway, yeah, so we discovered the beast of the beast of the manor. It was the man's wife. That just went up on YouTube. I just did that just before we started. And we started the court case. I mean, nothing really else happened. We haven't really learnt much else. I think our first objection was literally like, he went to that bookshop, actually. And it didn't really change anything. But I think we're about to do a little jury duty, so let's hop in, shall we? I'm ready. Oh, I gotta turn it up. I will cheers you, my friend. Actually, my drink is about the same color as his. Mine's not wine, though. It's like a berry energy drink, so I'm not as cool, but it's the same color, relatively. Alright. Oh, yeah. By the way, the direct is at 3 a.m. for me. I don't know if I said that or not. It is at 3 a.m., so that's fun. I get to stay up late. I bought a lot of groceries today, so I got plenty of caffeine raring to go. Oh, yeah, that's at 15. There we are. That'll be better.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve your queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo? Fuck, man. After all that resolve, fuck. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Yeah. If they tip the balance of those scales the other way, I have to turn this around. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of a quarry not yet willing to up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law. That should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination.
Yeah, it's cute. He's a cutie. He's a cute little guy.
Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with the Nipponese whippersnapper on his uncas refusal to throw in his alley.
You are a gambling bitch. Fuck you. I wish you would say that. Can you say that? Naruhodo, say that to him. I'm the little demon on your shoulder. Say that say you're a fucking gambling bitch. And a liar. He lied in his testimony several times over. Call him out. Yeah, how lucky, how lucky.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. You've seen no significant proof, and you just say he's guilty? I mean, what the fuck? Yeah, he went the way of the crime. Does that mean he's the guy? I don't know. They haven't proved anything to me. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Now, I shot that. But Bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. They don't carry the newest Fazbear Fright novels. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant had fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
His favorite Fazbear Frights is the goo one. Yeah, he really likes that one. That's the one everybody was like, oh, you know, yeah. You know what? No, that's not his favorite one. His favorite one is Pregnant Springtrap, I think. I think his favorite one is where that guy gets pregnant with Springtrap. I think that's his favorite, actually. If I had to, you know, bet some dollar dues on that, yep, that's the book I would pick.
I must say, I have ample grounds to convict this man already.
That is not my favorite. Like, forced birth stories, that freaks me out. I fucking hate that. That's like a primordial fear. Like, it's disturbing. What, is this real? Oh, yes, of course. A man gets pregnant with a baby Springtrap, and he claws his way out and says, "Daddy." It's real. I'd recommend going and watching Dawko's recap video, you know, instead of purchasing that book. I don't think you should purchase it. But Dawko made a lovely recap video for you, so I'd recommend that if I would have you endure any of that.
I must say, I have ample grounds to convict this man already. I just feel like it. Here, look at him. He's Japanese.
Yeah, he does. And Dawko actually did bring it up to him in one of the interviews, I think. He's like, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. Yeah, that was a weird time. I think that was what he said.
Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Ugh, why do you have to run away like that? How are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Maybe the books being not canon is for the best. Yeah. I think my favorite Fazbear book is probably the first one, honestly. The Silver Eyes. That's a really good book. I like that one a lot. The second and third ones are alright. It gets a little muddy, but the first one's really good. If I had to recommend any like FNAF book, it would be like the Silver Eyes. Just that one. I really like that one. The one where Freddy curb stomps Balloon Boy. It's a little odd. It's a little weird. It's a little strange. But it's alright, that one. And I didn't read the last one all the way through. So. Yes, my lord. Why my knee hurt? Oh yeah, I didn't even mention. I got my Vegeta. He looks awesome, dude. I fucking love it. It's so good. It's better than I hoped for. I'm so happy with him. I got my Vegeta in the mail. I got the, oh, I think I still have it up. Yeah, here it is. I got this one. It looks so good. It's bigger than I thought, too, which is nice. Yeah, thank you. I also got an Animal Crossing logo lamp. We were just like, we were just in the warehouse, which is kind of like a Walmart-ish type thing. I guess it's closer to Target, actually. And that had been discounted like 5 times, and nobody was buying them. And it was like $9, and I was like, well, it's not 15, so I picked one up. And it looks nice. I have it up there. You can see it on the Patreon. You can see it on the Discord. I'm not planning a Patreon. God, that would fucking be a ghost town.
Stand ready for my arrival, Kakarot. I'm so lonely, Kakarot. I'm too good at what I do. They're scared of me. Frieza sends me on his little missions and then cowers.
Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Bro, Gregson's in the background just chilling with his fish and chips. Based. I had fish and chips for lunch.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese already admitted it himself, didn't he?
The woman in the green collapsed before his eyes. Why, it could only have been the victim. Man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. I really don't care. If he said that a woman in green had collapsed before his eyes, well, it could only have been the victim. I guess I have to press. I'm not seeing anything outright. Like, 3 of them are just not saying anything. Alright, let me press all of them.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but... aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Lying my bitch off.
Yeah, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? Hate to be summoned for jury duty, I know. I don't want to do it. Unless it's like Ace Attorney, and then... Objection! Are you allowed to say that in the jury? Maybe I'd do it just for that.
Objection! Hold it! Silence!
Shut up! Overruled. I think they arrest you and trade you out for the defendant in that case.
Objection! I need to go to the bathroom! Juror number 5, get the fuck out of the courtroom right now!
Hold it! You can't do that.
I'm the judge, I can do whatever I want!
Overruled!
I'm the judge, if you forgot! 2 seconds ago, I just said you little motherfucker. What a bastard. That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around. The police have been battering me non-stop.
Well, you did lie in your testimony, John Fucko. If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now.
Yeah, because your debtor fucking died. That doesn't paint you in a good light that your debtor died and you were involved in the case.
I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. In the clear of police suspicion? Not my suspicion. He's still very much on the docket.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
Oh, is that other guy isn't Mr. First? He looks similar. But I guess all British people look the same, so...
Hold it!
What can you do? You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
Let's not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Well, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life's over. The man's obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming that woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, really? I couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. What's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Our funny little minds? Listen, the world will be ravaged with hentai in about, give or take, 80 years. So you watch your ass, alright? We control the world soon, fucker. Just wait. Just you wait. When the tentacle drops, you'll be wishing you weren't so racist. Ooh. Ooh. Shaking his fist. Ooh.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion's obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. I'll rub you under the table for my lord.
Why? Well, it is the 1900s, sure, yeah, why not?
Son Goku and favorite. That went well for her. Ugh. I really, really want to watch Daima, but the dub finishes in fucking May. I gotta wait so goddamn long. We already know it's done. I could play Sparkling Zero at some point. Maybe that will give me my Dragon Ball fix, or maybe go back to Kakarot. I didn't like the combat in Kakarot or the gameplay too much, so I was hoping Sparkling would be much better, and apparently it is. But I don't know. I guess whenever I have the time, I suppose give it a whirl.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
The Battle of Gods movie. I know that I didn't watch any of the non-canon stuff, but I was talking to Ryan last night about how I probably will end up watching the non-canon stuff after Daima. Like, when I get Crunchyroll for Daima, I think I'm gonna watch GT and the non-canon movies, because I think, you know, it'll be fun to see. It's like, it's not canon to the main universe, but it's like, I don't know, I think there's probably still some good stuff in there. I don't know if there's any outright, like, bad Dragon Ball stuff. Maybe the old dub, you could argue, but... Because is GT known as, like, outright bad? I don't think so. Battle of Gods isn't canon, but it's basically Super Season 1 in a movie. Oh, okay. Hey, I will take more Beerus any day of the week, okay? Beerus and Whis, they clear everyone else. I'm sorry. They are too good. They're too funny.
Whis, my funny little fish crackers are gone. Go back to Earth and get me some more.
That's actually very relevant, because I bought funny fishes today. I saw these in the store. They're basically like goldfish snacks in America, but they're just like funny little baked fish crackers with some sea salt on them. Delicious. I've never seen them before. I was like, funny fishes. Not only is that a funny name, but I loved it. So I got it.
Whis, get me some more of those funny fishes. I'm quite fond of them.
Hold it!
Whis.
Whatever is the young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garadib, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room?
The master's wife? Where you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid, you understand?
Just giving up that charade? Ugh, this is gonna be awkward. Why didn't you mention that yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury for this trial, I mean. An interview came out and the publishing company for Dragon Ball treated Toriyama like shit. I mean... yeah, it's probably about right. Poor guy. He seemed happy, though. Toriyama seemed like a happy guy. He got to tell a lot of his stories, at least. I'd been selected for this trial, I mean.
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. Wasn't the letter I received? The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? That's weird. Are you sure you guys are just doing this for your standing, or is it like a kink?
Oh, I assure you it's both. Yes, that's right, although he's only been in it over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just the sort.
What? That's not what I was expecting. I was hoping you would say the opposite of that.
Spending all his time in that dark, dingy room, sporting the unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks. Oh, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbours are talking about him. I haven't heard them, you know. People, oh, I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in here or something.
Bruh.
Oh dear, poor Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
Alright, you and old man are kind of just not, you know, not taking this seriously. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, it shows my family's.
Ah,
Well, actually, you wouldn't understand, but a labourer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do my wife and kids.
oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, these water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and centre. They're after cheap labour to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dusk till dawn, it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By the old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence.
That's right. Mersham Street it was.
Gresham Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then.
Alright. Oh, so he had to take Calabash. Oh, he had to take Calabash because Meerschaum Street was being dug up. Oh, there you go, there you go. Very good, alright.
Hold it!
Sorry, how did you say? Food what?
No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. Oh, I used to read the Silver Horse trilogy every weekend. Oh, you should have seen me when FNAF 3 came out. I was all up in that business. Oh, when FNAF 4, I was on a cruise ship for that one. Oh, Scott didn't like it when I recorded that. Oh, when I was playing FNAF World, I was in the hospital. Oh, good memories. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was looking at books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Back in my day, I used to read books in Goku hentai, but in Japanese they call them Son Goku for some reason. I live on Shun, never quite got it. When I heard Son Goku, I thought of Gohan and Goten because they're the sons of Goku.
Okay. Just before 5, you say? That's exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm sure that I want to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped down the ice and dropped my head.
Oh. Bro saw him on the ground. Bro saw this guy on the ground. Oh my god.
It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I'm in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement and make it it may be very well extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. Oh, no, I'm quite alright now. Oh, the head injury brought back some memories of when I was playing Ultimate Custom Night 50-20 mode. Oh, you should have seen me when I beat that. I said, oh, fuck. It was great. That was 82 years ago.
Sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
Well, we pulled out 2 unique testimonies. Well, statements. Alright, let's see here. Objection! Those two statements show a flaw in your juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Whatever do you mean, sir?
I wouldn't mind doing a little bit of hokey pokey in the bedroom with that figure there. Oh, I remember when Sister Location came out. It was thought to be an adult-themed game. Oh, they thought they were adult strippers, they did. Oh, those were the days. Oh, and Matt Peck Game Theories. Oh, dear me. Oh, that was before he retired and then died in that horrific car accident in the FNAF 2 shoot.
I take that back. But please don't die in a horrific car accident of the FNAF 2 shoot. That was, I don't like, I don't want to put that out there. Take that away. No. Fucking FNAF 2 movie comes out. This just in. MatPat died in a horrific car crash at the FNAF 2 premiere. Please, no. Please. Please don't do that. MatPat, stay away. Stay away. Stay away when it comes out at the end of this year. He'll want one of the suits.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he'd been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we're all well aware of this. A young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Whatever you mean.
Well, I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him on that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over onto the icy streets of the neighborhood.
Oh my.
What cases warrant a jury? So basically every case in Britain. Unless you mean real life. I don't know about that. But every case in this game that takes place in Britain has a jury. Only 2 so far. 1 we didn't go to court, and 1 was in Japan.
My goodness. You mean?
That's right. I'm referring to, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench with me today?
That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Oh, look at that.
My goodness me!
Sorry, you need to pray. Do you need me to get up? Oh, this always happens. Oh, why did I have to be on the end seat? I asked if I could be in the middle, and they said fuck off, and I said, well, that's not very nice.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road?
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Reaper of the Bailey's just fucking shivering over there like, I want to object so fucking bad right now.
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft to be roaming around about there, we'd have boxed us off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Did you call me a fucking coat? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slap on the ice and nearly fucking die? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
Can we get this guy in Smash, please?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume.
I do declare that I would. I should like to call a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
I would too. I remember falling over and then a nice gentleman of Japanese descent said, holy fuck, and then ran away.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well?
Me when Twitter.
Is it a crime to change my mind? I think Freddy Fazbear's hotter than Springtrap. Fight me!
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and this will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. And they'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we get to identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, the road being blocked off. Bro chillin'. I just don't understand pulling random guys to judge someone. It's to get like a commonsensical view. Like, yeah, it doesn't work all the time, but it's to get like, it's so the case doesn't involve any bias. You know, from a defense attorney defending someone or a prosecution wanting somebody convicted. They need like fresh eyes that don't have any horse in the race. I think that's the, you know, that's the idea. And I don't think a jury is an end-all be-all. I think it's just to help it along. I don't know. Do juries have the say at the end of the day? I think it's still the judge. I think they just like have a opinion. I don't know though. A jury let OJ walk free? Yeah, they thought the trial was about like a fucking glass of orange juice or some shit. They were like, let me get that.
Thank you, Counsel. On the summation examination, please.
Alright.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with another.
My lord, counsel, explain yourself.
Oh, please don't, boy. It wasn't me, I swear. This gun, I don't even know how it got here. It wasn't mine. It's the old man's.
Oh, yes, that's my gun. You see that? That's where I scratched it this morning.
Yeah, well, I just want to get this done and dusted.
Well, juror number 3?
Me, sir? What do you mean?
Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable. Which means the defendants are at home. Could not have taken him through Mearsham Street down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, what do you think, sir?
Oh, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? Must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Oh, every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is, the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings.
Oh, yeah, I suppose he must have.
Oh, I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But, we see now that he had no choice.
Yeah. Oh, dear. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes?
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now.
This guy looks like a Pokemon trainer. If I had to point out a person on this jury that looks like a Pokemon trainer, it's this guy and the old man.
Oh, yes, I love the low bunnies.
I'd like to see the trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
Hell yeah, brother.
What about you, sir?
Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
Bro, average Joe just like, bro, get this fucking shit over with. I'm gonna go home and play fucking Mario Kart.
Well, this submission examination is concluded with a rather large-shifting opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So, the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we'll no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Fucking bastard! Couldn't seem churlish of me to drink from a hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
God, I fucking love this guy. Lord Van Zeeks.
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful.
Yeah, it's basically Vampire Edgeworth. It's Alucard from fucking Castlevania as a prosecutor.
Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. No!
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, took me all day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nepalese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Maybe like 2 clicks southeast? I don't know. 32 kilometers?
Well, I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Oh. That's tiny. That's so little. That's like a little pothole. What the fuck? Oh shit. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
Otherwise, a distance readily vaulted by anyone with moderate vigor. Wouldn't you agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What?
Did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
Oops.
Well, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. Now coaches could have the hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back the way they came. Kids can jump right over us all the time. Chooses is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Oh! Is that true, is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back from his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
Crushed in a single sentence.
That old man.
Cold man, you can talk. Look at you, you bloody bastard. You're wearing nothing at all.
What a bullshit thing to say. He didn't go that fucking way, man. He didn't go that way, man. He's a fucking gentleman, bro. He would have turned around. What a bunch of... Oops. I felt my controller slipping. Hold on, I'm gonna crack open another drink. I bought a lot of drinks today, like way too many drinks. Like there were too many good deals at the stores, so I have a surplus of stuff. Like I spent way too much, and then like in my head constantly I was like, I gotta stop. There's a Nintendo Direct. They might shadow drop something. I need to have money. I have plenty of money, but you know I didn't want to go too low. But yeah, I still spent quite a bit. For drinks or games? Oh. Do I want to load up on Sody Pop or Vigi games? The dilemma of the young. Do I want to buy 6 funny fish packets or 1 Super Mario? Oh.
You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious-looking Lebanese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember.
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You said was the old man that the accused saw. I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Mario Baseball Super Shitters tomorrow. Let's go. Shadow Drop Super Shitters, Nintendo. You won't.
Order, Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prefer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself, but the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Ah, shit, bro. He's taking off his cape.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? What the fuck, bro? It's like 5 minutes ago in game time.
But it's been a whole day in me time. Me. All right. No matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sosuke-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle's over. Who the fuck are these cutie patooties? What the fuck? Why are they so adorable? What the fucking vampire guy and then chibi ass looking bitches? I thought it was gonna be Popeye and the fucking prince.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
They look like children! They look like babies. Look at his funny hat. I thought I told you they're unrelated to the case. Are they actually? Alright. Constable Rowley beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say that I'm this young town's hero wife.
Oh, cute. They're just there to fuck with you? Are you fucking serious? Are they in the next case at least? What's the story here?
Oh, in truth, we've not been married long.
How old are you guys? I need to know this right now. Okay, 21. Okay, facts. We're the same age. Let's go. Fist bump. 23. Bro, these guys are so goofy looking. She's adorable though.
In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. Whereas being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, your gallant officers travel some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on the list that don't sound like much of policing duties at all.
I think modern day gooning is harder. Yeah, facts. They didn't have femboys back in this day and age, so, you know. What are you gonna do? I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
And a man of slumber.
The day in question, this man and his wife were walking down by a road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Miss Beat?
Oh, that's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley?
Constable Rowley beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
What a great witness he's gonna be. True. Facts.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if it hurts to have, like, star pupils. Could you imagine if people actually had star pupils, heart pupils? That'd be crazy. Like, I know you can probably get, like, what are they called? The alternative glasses that you stick on your eye. What's that called again? Contact lens. I think you could probably get a contact lens with them in. But if that happened naturally, that'd be fucking crazy, bro.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog of the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something about her before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
You just said he was a silhouette.
Well, this is an extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oops.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate chancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, well, I know, but I still managed to go out for an evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Oh, you should have seen the way he pounded my mound after that. I mean... Gosh, and the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed, however... This cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have the time to rest for this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. One of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you can appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. I had a little drink in my glass left. I was like, oh, whatever, I'll just put my Coke in. Because why not? Get rid of it. And, well, I gotta say, a drink stays way colder in a can than it does a glass. Like, that shit is fresh from the fridge overnight, and it's already, like, nearly room temp. Bro. Whose says glass is better than aluminum? You're fucking lying. You're a liar. You're lying! He's lying! Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Now, are you also a member of the police, Miss Beep?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply.
Oh, right, this is, olden days. Women bad. Right. Well, I think you can really see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Hey, I'll just finish my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, it seems that the police uniform stays on during sex.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yeah. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing's my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and the Queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof from my London copper.
has the noble funding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London and town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail, without a chuckle or without even a grumble. Because I know that the problem of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Sir!
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Aww.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Aww. They're gonna be the villains, aren't they? How could they be so sweet? There's something fucky. Ain't no way they're gonna just introduce some nice, cheery, fun lovers that aren't, like, hiding some. I don't want to believe it.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
Well, then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming down towards us, walking up Briar Road the opposite direction. There's a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Nah, it's gotta still be this thin man archetype here. I really hope these two don't have anything to do with this.
That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in the print, and like Mr. Nutsme.
Yes, unfortunately it does.
And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yeah, quite certain. It was dark, but the street lights all over Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Wasn't that right, my darling?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road's dead straight, and you could see quite clearly a long way down the pavement. And then there's that street lighting as well. I don't see any other...
If more sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia's sure. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rory.
They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsme, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now.
Her eyes are so sparkling.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was.
Oh, there's shit in my eyelashes.
Didn't we, darling?
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them. All of them around the victim lay on the pavement. It was Fazbear Frights, volume number 1 through 3.
Indeed. As clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did what he did, and when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
Oh, we saw him.
It was the man on the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the Cadillac eyes, the short mouth, the snub nose. Everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then he suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough, though they seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this is unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue.
Yes, sir.
So sleepy.
Hold it!
So sleepy. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
Oh, no, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, darling? Oh, yeah, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beach to go. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see, so to whether to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Oh, it depends on the crime's location, see. As to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box where the incident fell under so she could go and report it. Oh, and there's I couldn't ask for help from the Bobby on duty. Oh, there's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
To your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Ain't you, darling? Oh, but I'm always blushing. I'm drop dead tired. Yes, sir. What Patricia says, sir?
I love his animation. This is falling asleep on his feet. Let's move on, shall we?
It's definitely the Japanese on the dock.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, could you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have an exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
Light from the street lamps was more than enough.
Bum 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 bum. Just taking my watch off.
My husband already told you that the fog was there, didn't he?
Yeah, and what of the fog?
We're famous all across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand that you're in your own arm.
Yeah, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for sure. It's certain. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Fuck. Can't we, darling? Oh, yeah. It was the accused and my no mistake. The mustache and the hunchback, the Cadillac eyes, the short mouth and snub nose. Unmistakable, sir!
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. Kosuke-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no. Then what do we do?
Cousin Masama were here.
What are you trying to say?
I think we'd try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal.
Yeah, unequivocal.
Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them. To make the jury doubt if the pair's memory to the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Oh, Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Right, out with it.
What? No, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I can tell you the names of every single one I could, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? No, it won't do it all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rowley will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beetle? Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That will settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Bro's sleeping. Leave him be.
Hold it!
Why my arm hurt? It's actually really bothering me. Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand shop on the day in question.
After I'd been to the police box for help, what? Well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rowley.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime.
Well, Mrs. Beat, did you see, seeing as though you've regaled the court with tales of your past recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'll be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was Lecture of Monsieur Somebody or Other, and Watch It Yearnings. Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Thingummy something. See?
Yeah, I see there are one or two holes in your memory.
Oh, well, they're along those lines, I'm quite sure.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what I tell ya? So I think it's a very mean way that you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have to answer to me gun.
Terrifying.
Yes, it really is. So that's it, is it? Their entire testimony? They Thank you, Susato. I don't need you to say that again. I literally had to do the entire thing to get that little extra bit of testimony, and then you're gonna say that again? Come on, bro. Two silhouettes. All of a sudden, one of them collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something running off. Name of the 4 books. Well, there's only 3.
Objection!
So, you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. Picture of monster of somebody, watch it yearn as a meal for someone, the thing got me something. Well, everything but thin gummy something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime. There were only 3 books, not 4! What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books? Yeah, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? Oh, but no, that can't be. I remember seeing him. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can quite clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw him there, I swear it. I saw him. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation can't be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well have been mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident. It is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact you very well know you have no hope of disproving. So, you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every aspect. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books.
Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say...
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. It's here.
Hey, wait a minute. This book be burned. The Lion's Pride. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's the guy's favorite book from the fire. It's the 4th book.
As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No! No!
Order!
The you see, look at that. Look.
Yes.
Just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir, Patricia's always right, sir.
I now studied the receipt for the books purchased by the accused in the day of question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. You picked you, Monsieur, somebody or another.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoux.
What's your yearnings?
Canterbury earnings.
A meal for someone.
A meal for Gabareau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Do you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless.
But, there are only 3 books in the receipt. Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that of which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord.
Because she has the book.
As the photographic print clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
What became of the 4th book?
Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
Crime scene and book.
The prosecution rests.
Well, the defense goes on the prowl. That should burn it. Oh, look at this. It's been badly burnt. Oh, sorry. Were you saying something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say it was burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that raise a red flag with me?
There we are, sir.
I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. This spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile?
I walked right into this, didn't I?
See, everything we've said is true. Ain't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to consider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nibonese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You've heard all the witnesses and seen all the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Come on, brother. Bring up the point that it's boinded. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well make the matters worse. Renoski, think, what do you do now?
Objection!
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Ugh, I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks? It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle may be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you can see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Bro, you really think I didn't notice that was burnt in the photo? I instantly recognized that was the book from the guy that burned in the fire. Thanks to his wife who's in the jury. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and is here too have been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see in the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it.
What do you think I'm trying to do, jackass? I'm trying to attach significance to it.
Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify the clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. It's a...
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Got it!
Ugh. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back, what do you... Oh, good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we've yet to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh!
Why, to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is a veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this chart book hide?
Chart book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. Okay, then, was it Mr. Gardabal? Garadeb? Gardabal? Who the fuck is that? Bro, new Ace Attorney character drop. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tomb has suffered?
My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hands when she fell down to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, we'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Fuck. Hiccups.
Take that!
Ow. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The landlords?
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself.
Oh, my goodness me. Oh, I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the whole pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house?
Oh, I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. So this woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public? You would besmirch her without a shred of evidence? Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Right, you said it happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
How awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rhodey? Absolutely not, sir. Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Well, how about you against her, huh? Huh, Rolly? Are you that kind of guy?
My favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window, under a heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen.
He's too eepy to do anything.
Oh, you fucking bitch. Rowley, oh, Rowley!
I like a woman that beats me. Yeah, I saw the hydrate. I was waiting for a good chance to do it, and then I forgot. Well, I probably shouldn't have another fizzy. I gotta grab another water to bring down. I got a shit ton of stuff to fill my fridge with. I still haven't done it. My groceries are still basically sitting on my bed. I put some in there, but not all of it.
There you are. All done.
The man had his back up against the window when he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting the book was thrown out of the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted, but the very evening of the incident.
That depends. It depends. I make my own stuff sometimes. I do really love cooking and baking, but you know, when you share a house with 5 other people, it's a little, you know, crowded. So you don't, you know, the kitchen's often occupied. It's kind of hard to get your time in there. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, it consumes the blood of my enemies.
That's right. That's right, it is. It makes me stronger. I consume their heart and it gives me the courage, it does.
A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There's no report of the garden's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no signs of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. His enemy's being Spider-Man on Marvel Rivals Quick Play. Oh my god, that's so true. Actually, no. Not Spider-Man. Black Panther. Fuck, man. Oh, T'Challa makes me want to fucking rip my own balls off, dude. He's so annoying. Though, if you're playing Rocket, it's actually very easy to get rid of him. And Invisible Woman can get away from them as well. And she's my main, so it's not too bad. But whenever you're playing, like, I don't know, it's still, if you're playing a healer, there's often backline torturers around. Oh my god, Iron Fist. Ugh. Fucking Iron Fist. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season, the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, Counsel? You honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. Oh, I didn't even realize that their scarf is connected.
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighbourhood alight. Honestly. Knowing that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this basic case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through your mud simply to divert attention from your friend in defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Fuck. I hate British. I'm kidding.
Too right, too right! Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nibonese spouting his fancy foreign theories?
Yeah. The racism is coming in.
But think about it, at the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim was that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene as well!
I do declare you're right. That's true. Yeah, what I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry, what's that? Secret of the Mimic comes out in June. Holy fucking shit, I need to pre-order that shit right fucking now. Is it a physical edition?
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What's your position, Lord Van Zix?
It'd be awesome if he just got, like, fucking completely blasted, just red wine drunk. In the middle of a case. He's just drinking too much. Like, if a case goes on too long, he's, you know, gone through a couple bottles already.
So, in truth, my lord, I feel that we have been unnecessarily attracted. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh, shit. Yes!
If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them in your own time.
He only goes through 17 bottles per trial. That's one sitting. It's like Godot in his coffee. If I was a prosecutor, I'd probably have energy drinks. This would be like a shit ton of empty cans. Whenever I get mad at you, you crush one. No, I'm too stupid to be a prosecutor. I'd definitely be some shit defense attorney. Oh, I could be on the likes of Pain. I could be the likes of Pain. Oh, make me the voice actor for the next Pain, you guys. Come on, Capcom, please. I'll do my very best. Please. Objection!
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty.
No. Wait, we gotta.
Guilty.
We have to do another
Guilty.
examination. Coming proclamation. A summation of the examination proclamation. One tarnation. What in our great nation? Damn, another guilty verdict? You must suck. To be fair, bro has not even been to fucking law school. He all he did was, you know, study for like 2 months on a boat.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
That's twice now. It's over. It's so over. Silk Song at the direct. No way. It's over. It's over. There's no way. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Did I say that to myself?
No, what?
Mr. Sato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise the right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve?
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. Yeah, don't you know, when things look the worst, it's when a lawyer must smile his biggest smile of all. That's verbatim. Phoenix Wright said that. And before him, Shakespeare said that. Verbatim, for what I said. To be continued. Well, well, well. I think we'll only do... actually, what's the time? Yeah, we'll only do Ace Attorney today. We'll... Actually, I don't know if we're going to get to do Skyward Sword tomorrow. There might be something that launches today, depending on how that direct goes. So, we'll see. We'll surmise what we're doing tomorrow tonight. I guess technically still tomorrow. It'll be 3 a.m. for me. And we'll see what comes out. Because I'm sure there'll be some type of shadow drop. Stay up till the direct? Oh, I am. That's my intention. I'm not taking a nap. I can't nap anyway. If I nap, I'll be too tired to do it. If I do a quick sleep before the direct, I'm not getting up. So, I'm staying up till 3 a.m. I was basically up till 3 a.m. last night, too. I was actually watching Deadpool and Wolverine with my buddy, Philip. He really wanted to watch it with me, so I was like, oh, alright. So we got this, like, third-party extension for Disney Plus that lets you, like, stream it together. And we did that. It was a fun old time, it was. I fucking love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. Deadpool and Wolverine's my favorite. It's so fun. Alright, well, I need to go piss, so... we'll leave it on the judge. You're really not gonna have any music on this? Oh, I really need to go, too. I'll just put something on. I'm very excited. I already have it open right here. 10 hours, boys. 10 hours! Are you ready? If I sleep right now, I'll wake up when the direct's about ready. Alright, sleeping stream, you guys. Nah, I'm good. I don't need it. Well, I know exactly what I'm gonna put on. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do... this one.
Objection!
There we are.
Objection!
I am gonna be right back. Ain't nobody wake up at 3 a.m. unless it's hot as fuck. Yeah, that's true. Alright, BRB.
Objection! 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 Objection. Objection. Objection! 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 Objection!
I have returned the slab, and I have Whopper, a fresh Whopper.
Bottle of water? Richard here, bottle of water, sir? Hey! Bottle of water?
Alright. Alright. I was thinking on the toilet, just random thought, like, if I actually got the chance to voice somebody in an Ace Attorney game, it's like, who would I actually want to do? Like, who do I think is my favorite voice? And I think it would definitely have to be Edgeworth or Gumshoe. Like, one of those two, I'd be over the moon to voice. I'd be over the moon to voice anybody, honestly. Some fucking dumb fuck ass NPC, I don't care. But if it was Gumshoe or Edgeworth, I'd be over the moon. But they're so important, so. Judge?
Jury! Executioner!
Ding, 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 ding. You got them all! Hooray! Whoa. I wouldn't mind doing Judge either, but either. But if I got the chance to shout objection, I wouldn't turn it down, would I? I just love yelling objection. It's so fun. It's so freeing. If you just point and yell objection, it is honestly one of the best feelings. Gotcha! Apollo would be fine too, but I don't know. I'd love to do voice acting. I don't know if I got the chops, but I would like to do it.
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't turn it down. I would do that. Fuck it.
Alright. It's so quiet when there's no music happening. There's not even, like, ambience from the fire. I feel like you should at least have that or something. That shit's roaring and you can't even hear it. Oh, fuck. Oh, why am I so... Sorry. I'm in a lot of pain. My arms are really weary today. I don't know why. Like, I carried some Groceries? That's nothing. I do a lot more labor at work. Like, why is it so painful today? I honestly don't know. Maybe I slept funny. Too much jork in it? Yeah, that's probably it. No, it's like, well, it's in like my upper arm. I don't like the thigh of the arm. What do you call that? Is there a name? There's got to be a name for it other than upper arm. Like the thigh of the arm is where I am feeling pain. Max Payne. I don't know. Random reference. I've never played it. I don't know anything about Max Payne, but felt it fit with what I was. Anyway,
I have considered the defense counsel's request for the further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready for Mr. Foreman? Yeah, we are, my lord. Very good, very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
the brachium? Is that really what it's called? The brachium? That... Okay, so we have thigh and brachium? Like, thigh makes sense. That's a concise word. Everybody knows it. Brachium? No wonder nobody knows that shit.
The accuser...
Oh my god. Does anybody else get that? When they do, like, a voice or something? And then, never mind, I'm not gonna explain it. If you heard, maybe you would understand what happened. Not fun. I'll say, not fun. The humerus is the bone on your upper arm. So you're telling me we got the funny bone and then the humerus? Wow. I find that very, unfunny. Yeah. God. Maybe it's because I got, like, my adenoids and tonsils out. It just provides such a big, like, amount of space for just snot and mucus to build up. Do you like that? You like when I said snot and mucus? Sorry, I was trying to get around saying it, but, well, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's what happened. The doctors a few hundred years ago thought they were very clever. Honestly, I prefer that over, like, the brachium. Like, what the fuck is that? That shit ain't fun. To be a leg.
The accursed left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Well, I'll have you know, my boyfriend died from a slight shove, so...
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Is that tax on Windows like a real thing in the UK? Well, they said it already got abolished, like, in the game. But yeah, I'd suppose it was probably real at some point. It taxed you on anything. I'm sure that was real. That sounds like a fucking British horror story. Here. Let's ask my phone. Oh, okay. There you go. Well, there you go. Never mind, don't have to ask my phone. Big Boss, if I had to voice a character in a Ace Attorney game, who would you have me voice? Basically, what, you know. We were talking about it earlier. I want to do Edgeworth or Gumshoe if I had to pick. Or someone who shouts objection, at least. Judge? Okay. That's what Foolproof said. You guys like my Judge? Or like regular, like classic original recipe Judge? Alright.
Oh, a little bit of this? Well, don't mind if I do, Mr. Edgeworth, yes. Of course. I do goon on occasion, yes. No, Mr. Wright, you're quite mistaken. Not gooning to gay porn, as it were, but futanari. It's quite different.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gives me the sneezes.
I do really like the Judge as well, yeah.
What a classic, Edgeworth. Or a gumshoe, pal. Oh boy, I love my gumshoe. It's so fun to do. I mean, I'm a little doggy. I love doing it. It's so cool. Hey, Mr. Wright, Edgeworth's got me in the doghouse again. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student from, was unable to find a fault in the previous witness's testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the crime scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued with any other way.
That means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And here I was thinking this was gonna be hard.
Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. Yes, quite, yes. I presume you're prepared, counsel?
Yes, my lord. Alright, Rinosuke, focus your mind now. Am I saying his name right, by the way? I haven't been corrected on it. After I got into the habit of saying it properly, his whole name. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly or not. Kind of just been rolling with it. It sounds right, Rinosuke. That's how I'd say it. Ryu. A baby boy, right? Standing right here. I'm saying it right? Good. It's going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garadeb?
You have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Jack! Sorry. Yeah, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Yeah, I know. I'm so sad they cut off Kazuma. Man, he was so good. I knew it was a mistake that I gave him Edgeworth's voice so quickly. I was like, God damn it, I'm not gonna get to use it again, because he's gonna fucking die. And yeah, at least the prosecutor's still Edgeworth adjacent, so. You know, more kind of Black Quill, I guess. Like, evil Edgeworth. Dubious Edgeworth. He's just taking a nap. Yeah, still. He's just rotting. Yeah, he's sleeping. Oh, that's normal. That's what happens when you sleep too long. Yeah, your skin falls off. Yeah, crazy. Oh, yeah, couple, bones here and there.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
My, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
Oh, wait, we can do this with it as well? Oh. They did say that earlier. Okay. That is kind of treated like a testimony, sort of. That's great.
If I'm reading the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, innit? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
Not at all extreme.
As I see it, overwhelmingly these suspicious Japanese men is being implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
Us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know.
And racist. Don't forget racist. It's like, when Magneto's talking down to the politicians in X-Men 97. It's just me to the jurors. Wait, let me find that clip. That would be perfect. Magneto. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh wait, this is spoilers. Spoilers for X-Men 97 if you haven't watched it, by the way. Just minor spoilers. Okay.
Bigot. Ingrate. Sycophant. Worm. So small I could smite you with a step. There was a time I would smite you all for what was done to Storm.
Okay, that's enough. I fucking love Magneto, dude. He's so fucking awesome, man. Oh, I gotta watch X-Men 97 again. That show fucking rips. 100% recommend, even if you're not an X-Men fan. Hey, even if you're not an X-Men fan, watch X-Men 97. I was not a fan when I first, started it. And let me tell you, I was when I came out. That shit is poppin'.
So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Oh, sorry, by the way. I just got reminded, because I looked up at my little Twitch dashboard thing. Somebody followed in the evening. I just wanted to shout them out real quick. Chicken Reed, thank you. I don't know if that's like the chicken knows how to read, or it's like a chicken Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. So yeah, either one. It's spelt like Reed Richards, so I don't know. I don't want to imply anything about the chicken. But if the chicken's elastic, then
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open?
What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been.
How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors.
But the building was on fire. But the room was on fire? Is that not a good enough reason to open a window because of smoke? Or do you like breathing in fucking dirty air in Britain? Don't answer that one. It's rhetorical.
So now the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, you see.
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
Oh, it just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
And what's the point in even having windows, huh? Come to me, you kindly refrain from this childish bickering.
Sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window is open. Yeah, smoke exists. Smog? Smunk?
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
The flames of love, or however you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. You keep smacking the guy next to her.
Well, he brought upon himself his playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yeah. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garadeb.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute, nothing more. I just set the room on fire, destroyed all of his beloved things, and threw bombs at him. That's normal for a relationship. I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with the crime.
Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? Doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Now listen here, you bitch. Oh, I'm ready to bash your head in. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? Well, I mean, nowadays, you do get paid for being on a jury, so... How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here.
Well, him and me both then, like I was said before.
What?
Told you already, I'm a day labourer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight.
You get paid? We've had this conversation before, yes, the jury gets paid. You get paid more if you're on a jury longer as well, what we surmised.
Find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me. My missus isn't the one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, you believe me. Believe you me.
A shining example of marital bliss, then.
Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know, it's funny. Well, I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. Must have blocked it out.
Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Come to think of it, we had a fire home not too long ago. Gave me the sneezes, it did. I flared up all my asthma. Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defense's, the defendant's culpability?
Speak up, lad. Sorry. What's that? You'll have to speak up.
Hey! Shut the fuck up! Stop! Stop it! Stop reading my mind! Or the other way around, actually. Could you tell us more about that fire?
Well, it happened way back at Fazbear Flight's FNAF 3, mind you. And we surmised that Michael Afton set the place afire to get rid of his dad. Well, if you didn't know, it was Springtrap Purple Man who got trapped inside the suit in 1980-something. Well, he got trapped in the suit and then he rotted down and took over it. And, you know, well, that became Springtrap. Well, he was kicking about, and his son said, hey, I'm not dealing with this, so he tried to burn him at the stake. Fazbear Frights he did. The year was 2023, I believe.
Sir, it's 1903.
Yes. Anyway, It was last winter my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Oh, I guess that's not a thing in Japan.
Oh, of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Seems that it's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow 'em out. I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught up and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold? How'd you catch a cold from a fire?
Oh, what a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless 'em, threw water on me as they tried to put out the flames. And because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course. We had to open up all the windows to clear it.
Aha! See? I can't believe we had to get old man to prove that point. The windows.
The violent winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it and put me in the hospital for a while. Oh, I won't forget that birthday in Ari.
I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
Objection!
Got it. These two juror statements clearly contradict one another.
They do. How exactly, counsel? How exactly, counsel?
Oh, don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Listen, I may have ran him over, but he was already dead, I think. The horse trampling was just the icing on top of the cake. Really, I didn't do anything. I should be off scot-free.
Oh, scot-free. I'd like to meet that gentleman. He sounds lovely. What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up.
Juror number 3. Do you see?
Me, see what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of the birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Oh, well, yeah, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh, dear.
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat.
Excuse me.
Hey! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb!
Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How do you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
Well, I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpeting bookcase got fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't open the window.
And what if we did?
Well, then the book you threw could have fallen out of the window and appeared on the crime scene like we've been trying to say this whole time, you big fucking bitch. Have you been paying attention at all?
Oh, all right then, yeah, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire.
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
It's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement.
Okay.
Objection!
Oh, that was already...
Hold it!
Okay. So they didn't change for that? I only got that new bit of info? That's bullshit! That's bullshit! What the hell? Thought maybe I interrupted my free innocence, but nope.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett had told us about that he'd been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he'd been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yeah.
Can Nintendo fly me out to one of the Switch 2 events? Yeah, me too. Can we get like a double ticket or some shit? Please? Yes, can I get free trip? I will vlog. I will buy camera. Honestly, if they did, I would actually do that.
You come to mention it, yeah. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you well know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book matched the title of it.
Hey!
Excuse me!
What is it, juror number 5? You guys are really having a field day here.
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out.
Ugh.
I was listening to what that granny was saying, that it brought it all flooded back.
Who you calling Granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garridebble, the maid, I'll have you know.
How old are you, though? I don't think I checked. Oh, 38. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I'd just gotten home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh dear. What a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
No?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck in the wall right next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
No words, just... terror.
I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, ain't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say, Mick, is when women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. I'll have you know I'm the perfect wife material.
Okay. Underage. Bonk. No, I wasn't thinking that at all.
Throwing household objects at people, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Oh, yes. Refined.
What? Attack?
Who were you attacking?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could rather be significant, I think.
Yes, he started takedowns. Oh boy.
Oh boy!
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later.
If I dare.
A woman in a rage. Well, yeah, okay. Alright. I guess I pressed that too. is a very long jury testimony. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you?
That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it. It had a tidy edge on it, believe me.
Wife beats husband for not getting the stacks.
Still, it's all memories, ain't it? Started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub.
A bathtub? Your wife must be even beefier than you.
Things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
You want to know what I think? I think this whole idea of ladies first, that we're so obsessed with in this country, was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames too many times by their wives.
It's probably true. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement sounds just like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be extremely powerful. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Ain't no way, ain't no way, ain't no way. Are you telling me? Are you... Let me get this straight. Let me throw down my theory right now. Are you telling me he opened the window while she was throwing things? Just so happens someone's walking underneath, sees the book, bends down to pick it up, and just as she's doing that, a knife is thrown through the window and lands perfectly in the middle of her back. Is that where we're going here? Is that where we're going here? Okay. Well, it's not as bad as being slightly shoved and then dying because you fell on a bed pole. Never get over that one. Alright, so... Uh-huh.
Objection!
Yeah, okay, cool. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Well, grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain counsel at once.
I was like, they don't contradict, but, you know, if my theory here is right, then... How many accidental deaths are there? Actually, not that many. I don't know if there's actually that many accidental deaths in most Ace Attorney games. I think so far the count might actually just be the two in this one. I actually can't think of one outside of these two. Usually there is some premeditation to each of the crimes, or like, you know, spur of the moment killing. But Big Boss, can you name any others? Any other accidental ones? Mr. Encyclopedia. If you can. It used to be rare, but it looks like, you know. It ain't so here.
Well, grief, you mean they do contradict each other? Explain counsel at once.
Dual Destinies DLC? Oh, yep, you're right. Yep. Yep, you're right.
Tried to save the poor lad.
Yeah, that's right. I was trying to think, like, oh, which one was that? Talking about the dolphin case, right? Dolphin. The fucking orca case. Oh, yeah, the dolphins, of course. Ah, the French. The orca case. Yeah, you're right. I think that might... What was the second one in this game? Kazuma. Cosmo got slightly pushed because of a misconception and fell wrong. He was pushed towards a bed, too. Like, not only was he pushed towards a bed, it was a light push, and it was a misconception. And she didn't even intend to kill him. It was just a push. Like, that's the most accidental thing I've ever seen. Like, that's still manslaughter, I guess. Actually, maybe there's a different term for it if it's, like, that accidental. I don't know. But, you know, 2 in 1 game when we've only really had one other accidental death is kind of crazy. It's nice. It's a nice change of pace, though, to not have just straight, outright, you know, murderers roaming the streets every day. Sexy clown baddies trying to fucking, you know, suffocate me with dough, even though I wouldn't say no. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? Fine at most for that type of accidental death? Right. An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
Beanpole? I've never heard anybody be called that. Beanpole. Is she calling his dick small?
Little beanpole? Oh, put your little beanpole away, Paul.
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened.
Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer.
Well, that's impossible because I'm gay, sir.
Guilty! Guilty of being gay. Got him. This is the 1900s, boy. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
Well, isn't it fucking obvious? Dipshit. Really taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Your Honor, his beanpole's very important to the case. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Bum, bum, bum.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garadeb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
Alright, Laser, now that you're here, we're kind of going around saying, like, who I would voice in an Ace Attorney game if I had the chance. We've gotten 2 answers, and I'm going to tell you what they are, but who would you pick out of the voices we've done? Nobody say their answer again. I want to see Laser's one up front without any predetermined answer. No, a new Ace Attorney game comes out, and by some hand of God reaches down and says, "My lad, here you go." My Edgeworth, that was one of my picks. I said Edgeworth and Gumshoe for me. I would be really happy to play either of them, or somebody who says objection, which, you know, Edgeworth. But Foolproof and Big Boss both said the judge, which is interesting. They both picked him. I really like the judge as well. Gumshoe or Apollo? Okay. I appreciate that, pal. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked? Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against a window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
So, even me missus couldn't have an aim like that.
Yeah, I admit, there are many details we don't understand yet. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now!
No, my.
Mrs. Garradeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Dunk. Well, I think there's your answer.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I would have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it mind.
Hey, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this moment at the moment either. Don't know why I turned Australian for all of a sudden. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. You know, Australian, British, it's about the same language, really. Just with a little more stank on it. Yeah, you know, shrimp on the barbie and whatnot. Yeah, fucking hell.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Why did the old man not do it?
I like ponies.
That's not an answer. We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of the jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Too busy daydreaming about Secret of the Mimic. True. I'm actually really excited for that. I'm kind of glad it's stepping out of, like, the Freddy's shadow, and it's going to be, like, a little, you know... Steelwool are going to get to really stretch their legs with some new lore.
Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I want to go home and soak my feet in a long bath, but...
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
What about the direct that's literally today? Oh, well, we actually had a bit about the old man daydreaming about, or not daydreaming, about him reading the FNAF books, and then he was old man Dalko for a second, reminiscing on beating 50-20 mode. That was kind of the bit we had with the old man. It was just an off-topic thing, because I just mentioned the Fazbear Frights books, because I think that would be a funny thing for a fucking random old man to be talking about in the 1900s. It literally means nothing. Like Frederick Fazbear has not even been invented yet. Frederick Eloquaster III. Fazbearian. He's not even been dreamt up. Yes, he hasn't even been dreamt up yet. Why the fuck is my phone being such a bastard? Son of a bitch. Jason Blum has teased Five Nights at Freddy's 2 news is releasing in 1 week. Possibly a trailer, I suppose. Interesting. Scott ain't even alive, bro. Well, I've already got some direct bingo cards, easy. Deltarune, Silk Song. Those are going on there. I keep seeing posts about it, so I'll put those on. You got Metroid Prime 2 and 3, then you got Wind Waker and Twilight Princess. You know, easy, just put them on, even if it's kind of copium for Silk Song and whatnot, but you gotta put it on there.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Ace Attorney 7? Maybe?
I can talk to wine. The first few sips are bitter enough.
It's alright, Laser. I was just explaining the bit so you understand why the old man is so fixated with FNAF.
What follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing, save the gutter.
Oh, and his favorite Fazbear Frights book is the one where the man gets pregnant with Springtrap, of course.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke, to which I barely even know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Shadow Bonnie and FNAF Movie 2 trailer, I predict. Oh, by the way, Jason Blum, Scott, you'll never see this. This is a random stream we'll be talking about it, but let me just say this. If there is no power outage scene in FNAF 2 where Freddy does his fucking music box, I am gonna be actually upset. How the fuck wasn't it in the first movie? I don't understand. That is the FNAF moment, and it wasn't in the movie. I cannot comprehend how you could admit such a brilliant scene.
The terror in Michael's eyes would have been great! And you omitted it!
Sorry.
It should only be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadib household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road.
Because that means game over?
Nuh-uh, you never hit 6 a.m. That's the whole bit. The power goes out, Freddy goes,
And then it goes,
ding, 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 yay!
it's perfect. Why wouldn't you do that? That is like the FNAF 1 thing. Is getting like power outage at the end of the night. Hell, you have to get a power outage in the 420 mode. Otherwise, it's basically impossible to win. Unless you do like some crazy strat.
Which means that the distance from the Garadib's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? That's a little farther than I'd imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches.
Scott pulled a Toriyama and forgot them. Or like he pulled a Toriyama and was just bored. You know, that's why he gave up on the whole Gohan being in school arc. It's just because he got bored. That's so based. I really like the school arc as well. I think it's a really nice change of pace for all the, like, world threats. It's nice to have just Gohan enjoying a nice, like, school life. Having his little chemistry with Videl. And then he's just like, yeah, I'm bored. I'm bored.
The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady from the house, traveled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb.
I'm bored. Time to send Gohan to war. I'm bored. Majin Buu time.
Boo hungry! Boo want eat pussy!
I don't know. That was a very intrusive thought. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that came out. I'm so sorry.
Boo horny!
sorry, sorry, Martin Boo. Please, let me get you some type of fleshlight. Maybe. I don't think we can get you a real human girl. I don't think we can find anybody who'd be interested. But I'm sure we can find you something.
I'm sorry. It was an intrusive thought that became outward very quickly. Don't you know me by now? There's no inside thoughts here.
No! Boo want Mr. Satan Bussy!
Oh, now, Boo. Wait a minute. Wait a second here, Mr. Boo. I can't do that in good conscience. What would Vidal think?
I fucking love Mr. Satan. He's the best character. I know I said that Whis and Lord Beerus were the best, but that's not actually true. It's actually Mr. Satan. Honestly, I was so flabbergasted when they had the fucking bathing scene together. That was crazy. You can't tell me.
Is that your final conclusion, my learned, deluded friend? The jackknife would follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Mr. Sato? Be Mr. Satan main in Sparkling Zero? Oh, it'd be so funny. I love that in all the future versions of Mr. Satan, he goes bald. It's so funny. It's like, he's got like such a fine head of hair, and then he instantly goes bald. It's perfect.
Mr. Sato!
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Uh-oh. You pissed off Susato, alright? You attack her, that's all good. You attack her stories, you're dying. Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
Well, as judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
Fuck. I hate when she's right.
To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Bro, Susato for the fucking win! Do you think Maya could put together a sentence like that? She'd be talking about some random ass fucking bullshit she saw on TV the other day.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh. We didn't need that.
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zix. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would have been able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
That new Xbox can have Steam. I won't try and build a PC, build myself a PC. I think the rumor said, yeah, it does have access to Steam. That was the whole bit about it being able to play PlayStation games that were on Steam.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing till now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero. Oh, you make me swoon. Oh, you make me goon, Rolly, my darling.
No gooning in the court! Save it for later. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh.
And all of the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me. A London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Oh, I did leave the scene to go fetch help. My trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
He was face down in the snow.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Oh no, I think he was in the snow when she came back. Like he was standing until then.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yeah, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garredeb's room.
Alright, I'll try. Fuck. Yes, I love this song. I'm dancing, if you couldn't tell.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. The casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? Well, that's all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down onto the pavement below.
No!
You see the problem then? Good, your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be!
See that, Rolly? That young Japanese man collapsed in agony.
Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw it crumble before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
Counsel, if you'll drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination.
Lots of Kid Icarus copers. Oh, because of Sakurai's mystery game. I think it's going to be a Switch 2 title. I think it's going to be a Switch 2 title, whether it's Smash or Kid Icarus or something else. I don't know. I think they're definitely doing something Smash for Switch 2. I think that'd be stupid not to. At least try and rekindle that big Smash Bros. Boom.
Because it was a big boom.
So if they can rekindle it at all, then big money. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
Very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to all of us, policemen on our sworn duty.
I don't know why Sakurai doesn't just teach someone to be Sakurai too. I think it's because he's still... How old is he? Bro's just a worker bee, man. That's just how it is in Japan. That's just like Japanese culture. Sakurai, how old is he now? He is 54. Yeah, give it 6 more years and then retire at 60, I think.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. That's what a job's all about. That's why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word.
I'm just saying, because he says every Smash game's his last. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't see why Sakurai needs to be a part of Smash. Like, he definitely brings that sort of flavor, but, like, I don't think it's impossible to make a Smash game without him. In fact, it was his hang-ups about people, like, spoiling the game, which you know, didn't give us a proper single-player. Somebody else was just like, fuck it, who cares, let them make a cool single-player. Not to say he's, you know, detrimental or anything, but I'm pretty sure he said that was the reason that they didn't go ahead with, like, a big single-player push, was because of the leaks. They didn't want anything, like, cool to get spoiled. It's like, if people are really into it, they're gonna stay away from spoilers. At least I do. Or try to.
Ball rubbing my eyes, admittedly, sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Aw. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said that earlier, sir.
Yeah. Well, so could you answer the question? That was all a waste of time, then.
Absolutely, sir. I'll answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. This is a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't relate to this case, sir. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yeah?
I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you take some tales of us London bobbies and how we upload our guarding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here.
So to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you a warrant card for your perusal.
You don't really understand why people want single-player stuff for multiplayer-focused games?
No friends.
No, it's fun. I mean, if you've ever played Crash Team Racing, the single-player in that, single-player in Diddy Kong Racing, Smash Bros. Had Subspace Emissary. Like, there's already examples of good single-player, like, experiences in these games. That's why people want more. However, Splatoon, it's kind of the opposite. It's like we understand why single-player Splatoon doesn't work, at least with that team. But yeah, I mean, that's essentially it. Like, we've seen really good single-player kart racer, you know, stuff. And we've seen really good single-player Smash stuff, so why not? And it's a really fun way to unlock stuff, I think, as well. Having a single-player unlock stuff for multiplayer, I think, is a really good idea. Maybe have an alternative multiplayer unlock for people who don't want to play the single-player. But I think that's really fun. like playing through a single player and unlocking secret characters, secret customization options. It's perfect, especially for Mario Kart.
And it'd just be pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool.
And then also, Crash Team Racing side of things, you can play the. I'm pretty sure you can play the story mode with 2 players. Actually, maybe I'm misremembering that. But, I mean, you should be able to. It'd be perfect. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe you can't. But it would be cool if you could. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. Maybe because the PS1 was a little, you know, tiny little thing. Couldn't really handle that. But anyway.
I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll, try. Okay. So that's important, is it? A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. You just need to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the panel and fall down to the street direction below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here's the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing sooner? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
Well, sir, that's very simple. She helped with the investigation yesterday.
Excuse me.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean by that? Do you have anything to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry?
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked, but don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yeah, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Ain't that right, love?
Constable Beat!
Yeah. Oh, that's right, yeah. That's the reason I was helping out with the interviewing of the occupants of Garadeb household yesterday. The house on the beat, you see, sir.
I was really cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? As Mr. Garadeb's house? Oh, but yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
Wait. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it as well? Is this a hypothetical, or is this fact? Because that just contradicts the entire conversation we just had about his whole, it wasn't his thing. I see. I wasn't aware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road.
Oh, right, she was attacked on the... Oh, right, she was attacked on the other side. Right. Sorry, yes, of course. But I've got a feeling that that's not the case. I've got a feeling that she was actually moved. Maybe Patricia moved her, I don't know. Or maybe the constable moved. No, I don't know. Let's see. What's happening here?
We'd have never been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary peoples are bobbers, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding Mark Rowley for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
Well, it must be it, Pat, my love. Oh, it must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure I think perhaps we should make sure that we have the information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of that immediately. Now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry. Can you, like, read our mind or something? Well, there is a thing in Ace Attorney. There was one Ace Attorney game where your inner thoughts were just, like, treated as dialogue for some reason. And then every other game, apparently your eyes are what gives it away. But usually it's, you know, they shouldn't be able to. Sorry.
A star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
Can it guide you to the answer? Can it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had got across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up the sky like a shooting star. If I'd seen the shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rowley be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, with what the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see the stars.
Charles, are you trying to say that neither book nor knife crossed the sky before you?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct, sir. That shows the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
Then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Is this back when asbestos was in every single house? Pretty based.
Hold it!
Yeah, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yeah. If it had been on Rowley's beat, it would have been known, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on the beat. So Rowley told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. You got a terrible sense of direction. It's bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. And like I said, my Rowley was on the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. I didn't take my eye off the scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. Had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear on my yard's honor, sir.
Really, that seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? Bro fell asleep. Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. Like 99.9% sure he fell asleep. As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived on the scene.
Is that so? Something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Oh, can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lewis, sir?
No, now you're tired? No. Yeah, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I assure you that was not even a thought in my mind. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Beat. I'll allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of the least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rowley won't.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
Hold it!
Mrs. Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw what I did the evening. I saw it clearly. The little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I don't know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
They are friends, but that doesn't mean the people are friends, just the governments. You think just because the countries are, like, playing nice that the people aren't gonna be racist?
Oh, very clear.
You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh yeah, well, that's a little embarrassing really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I made my arrangements to meet Rowley. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
Oh, no sir, no problem sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Ah, well, in my way, sir, yes sir. I was just remembering something that happened the other evening, that's all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Oh, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gonna be fair bit longer than I was expecting. Thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rowley, you're such a tease. Fuck me right now in front of the Japanese man. The reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet?
Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rowley's so romantic. He saved up for with the farthings and the pennies he'd found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yeah, how romantic.
I've forgotten all about it just now. And you, darling? Oh, yeah. Well, that was just between us. You're talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Ah.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer you any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yeah, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's so sad. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yeah, I came back to the scene all together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. The funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
Well, I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling to me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right. Silly me, I'd gone to the wrong side of the street.
He moved the body. Yep. He moved the body. Yep. Classic move, pal. Classic move. Now, were you the killer? Nah. Well, killer, I guess. Attacker. I don't know about that, but moving it so you didn't have to do the work? Yeah, that seems right.
Although, I'm gonna blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite.
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? Well, the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me. Would that change from the guy he's been so long collecting?
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this? Sorry, solitary rose?
Oh! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zeeks, where did you come to find this flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
Yep. He moved the body. Got him!
Got him!
In front of the Garadeb's house. Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure this rose will be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, you hear me? I want it back!
Good grief! Rest assured I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat.
Let me take a quick gander at this rose.
In the English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
This is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. You really are related to Phoenix, aren't you?
Gosh, 3?
Yeah, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out? Learning something that isn't a fruit-based tree, for example?
It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
I see.
Is something wrong?
No, I was just thinking if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake.
Ah, son, you do love your cakes. Is there really nothing of importance here? Why would you give me this? All right. All right, well, let's finish off the pressing.
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. And my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I swear to that on Yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
All right. Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Fourth book had no business being at the scene of the crime. Made me sure that Mrs. Garrideb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with something, everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. This mysterious affair. The mysterious affair. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that again. I'm gonna try do the rose on the last one. Because technically it did get, you know, removed to some degree. Obviously that's not what happened. Obviously that's not what happened. He moved the body, but...
Objection!
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see? You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 minutes or so you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
It's on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, a single sorry bloom can be so described.
No doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back to the gutter where it belongs.
Meager.
Objection.
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. And that bouquet belonged to me. It had nothing to do with the case.
Oh, but
That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
no. Sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those two things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Not them, my lad. The body. Which I guess includes the book.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think I've Rolly done something wrong. Don't you listen to a thing that scrawny lawyer says? Written about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking is what it is.
Now, good, Mrs. Garadeb's come round. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called,
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle and compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yeah, there is someone who tampered with the scene. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Herlock Sholmes! He did it!
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat! It was you!
A policeman, a member of Scotland Yard.
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Oh no, he fucks my ass every night. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. Well, what about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled from the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a police officer as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing more but empty threats.
Constable Beat has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the crime scene. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve the mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need to not point out your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court your motive for the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs.
What?
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you from the very start, didn't we? On pavement by the road. We saw her, remember? That's right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody had been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime scene actually took place that evening?
Take that!
Right there.
Well, that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Gardeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
God gracious! Oh my word!
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court's heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while, sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all of the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary.
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What do you overlook?
The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Renzi said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? That's definitely a pun on really beat. It has to be.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the law said's all laws, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed.
Huh?
Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Oh, good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why'd you do something like this? Moving a corpse is it's a criminal offence, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry, but all this, we're damaging the Yard's reputation for everything.
I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman? And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far, you fucking idiot. Well, I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you'd better show some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. Love and sleepy. He did it for his wife and is sleepy.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I've only just arrived from Japan, which is why all the information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Trimming the piers and looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yeah, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this single gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy...
I'll take it from here. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse onto the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? This is the warrant card that the Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not, the reason you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yeah. Everything you said, it's alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh.
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could be still lurking somewhere. As I ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report to the station as quickly as possible. Then it dawned on me. I realised where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. What crimes discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why?
It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mosham Street and then...
Aw. He did it all for love. Even if it meant tampering with a crime scene. Aw.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. Oh, I just wanted... Oh, just that one night to take Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street, to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring breed's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
Well, God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought from Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Oh, 4 was, yeah. Yes, sir, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsme, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Gardeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was just still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that was the one the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Well, there we go. It's clear cut. Bro fucking got stabbed by a knife falling from the window. I'm just glad she didn't die. Yet.
Thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would really jot a difference. Oh, I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zieks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir!
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. That's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired.
Alright then, my love.
Oh, it's really sad.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant they may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson into your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Believe. No, this trial's not yet over.
Aw, Fancy's got a heart. Boo 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 boo. Oh, you got a little heart in ya. Ooh, you're not an evil guy.
Sir.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of the third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mrs. Dossier Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed the crime.
Objection!
Not true. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution's probably well aware of the possibility already.
Lord Van Zieks, is this true? Yeah, fine, whatever. Shut up. Very well, fine. Name the person if you will. Further investigation is warranted. Prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
I do, bro. It's been fucking 4 hours, man. No, I'm joking. Let's keep going. Fuck, man. I'm tired like a roly beat, man. Yeah, it was you!
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the examination of a new witness, my lord. Let me just turn my lights on real quick.
It's looking a bit dark, it is.
Alright. I just gotta stand up.
I'm getting all sweaty, I am. My arse is as sweaty as a swamp.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror member number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb.
Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
Well, you threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down. Finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yeah, and as I said, what of it?
Well, during the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
Oh. I don't recall it. Even though I was just acting surprised, I was not. Fuck you.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in the regalia said all members of the jury didn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yeah.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common garden knife. It could have been it could have came from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? You have several at home. What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Garrett.
Now you listen to me. Oh, I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. You hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yeah, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on it being my fault. You're going to have to prove it to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
God damn, she's gonna kill me. Just like she almost killed her husband. Well,
Mr. Naruhodo.
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
Take the stand, juror. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh, I'm gonna have to testify.
Pardon me. That is now warm. Hold on. Surely that bottle of water I got earlier is a little cold now. Oh, yeah. Very, very nice.
Very excellent, I would say. Very epic.
Oh, yeah. I love cold water.
Juror number 4, as I'm sure you're aware, you will appreciate having observed it with your own eyes today. Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even be aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garradeb. And mark my words in this court of law today. We shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord.
Oh, yeah! That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Looks like we're kind of all on the same page here. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Yeah. My name is John Garradeb, and well, I'm a juror and such like.
Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife, or a maid, or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in the case. Do you understand, madam?
Oh, yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Chin up, Joni, nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, I think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
What you need here?
Oh, don't worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not that sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you're Mr. John Garradeb? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action, and now living in the quiet life as well. The quiet life. Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh, well, yeah, quite. I believe this may represent a first round in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will now recount exactly, clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
This has to be the final testimony. It's gotta be. We're right here. We know the whole story. Let's see. What's the save say? The Old Bailey. Yeah, okay, cool. Usually it'll say, like, the last testimony or something. Maybe that was only for the, Oh, well, no, this came after, Spirit of Justice.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was packing up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Oh, boys. 8 hours to the Nintendo Direct. Ooh, mamma mia.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that belly thing in the victim's bag really was one of ours, we would have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware of that on the battlefield. You're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus now is such that the surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they had testified already. This may be a dead end.
But the knife's tip is gone. That's got to be the deciding factor here. Do we know if anything that happened at all about a knife's tip? Can't open this at all. Van Zeeks may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Very well, Counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Bang, bang.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it. Oh.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too.
What a sordid tale of affairs. Heaven on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway.
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these mortal blows to the face?
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. It just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
Gamer girl bathwater. Oh my god, he was cheating.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a three-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see?
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustache Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yeah, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, at that point, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire.
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was no more important than to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How'd you know that I was thinking that? So, please, cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
You know, honestly, I can't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
By Jupiter?
Excuse me!
Excuse me! Do you have something to add, sir? I like the excuse me. Excuse me sounds good. That's the only objection I like here. Oh, and Van Zeek's one is good too. Well, decent. It's not great, but it's much better than what we've had recently. Mr. Garadeb!
Don't shoot! Sorry, beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark now just bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Youch! The woman's aim is uncanny. Good grief, woman. We're not at home now. This is a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What you even doing with a teapot in here? She put it in his pipe.
Honestly, John, I never would have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Take a look at this thing. How do you suppose this happened, Oh, pipe, sir? I'm just thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of my, knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yeah. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of thing.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
Would never have thought, never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Oh, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great importance. Yeah, do you think the knife was the thing that got it out of his hand? And, like, the tip broke on it?
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betraying a fiery wife in pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, no, don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
She's underage, that woman. Please, give me some credit. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
No, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully.
Okay, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb, but now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ah. Uh-oh. Oh! Well, I think we found the tip. The fuck? Bro ain't even smonking nothing.
Something twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe here.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yep. I did see it first. Something stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a good shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be.
Wait a minute.
This is a tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't really know. Something's bothering me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some other pieces of evidence again?
Objection!
Objection! We actually have the exact evidence we need right here. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a belly thing.
You can't?
You used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word.
You must D very... You must D very dusty. Very dizzy. Fucking dusty.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got in there. What precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of stabbing on Briar Road?
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. What the fuck? Bro's dressing gown got burnt to a crisp. You can see his fucking... You can see his underpants there. You can see his bloody well... his boxer briefs, lad.
Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of the, there's a small piece at the tip of the blade that's missing.
A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt the tip has suffered a similar fate. Now languished somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
No. Oh, good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly God!
Told ya! Told ya!
Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery?
I love that face of his with his arm up. Oh my god, that's so fucking badass. I gotta use that for a thumb. But I'm gonna have to grab his, like, model or something, because I can't get rid of the box. Wait, unless I can... Well, he's not doing it anymore, but...
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle?
So Van Zieks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is... when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred, just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord!
Yeah. And then, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1!
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew into the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh, gosh. Oh, dear. Oh, no!
Objection!
Okay. Why are you objecting now?
A full-bodied theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast to my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see,
Oh! Shit.
it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
An insurmountable... What?!
Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. What's the inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yeah, in her... She bent down to pick up the book. She bent down to pick up the book. It's simple. She bent down to pick up the book.
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself in the victim's back. Yeah! Order, order!
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen from her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well, Oh yeah, she's gone.
It would appear that event has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
There is an explanation. We're so close, I could see the truth! We're so sure we were on the right track. And now the way's been blocked completely by one simple inconsistency.
Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Mr. Sato.
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were caught off guard, that's all. Your mind went blank. But if the path you are on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
Dub. Oh, this photograph right here. She picked up the book.
Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theories are fatally flawed.
Objection!
Huh? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper to get to the truth. It's a test. Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying? Counsel?
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness! Not a madness! Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency, the final piece to the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. I'm gonna say it's either this or the book.
Take that!
Yeah, it was this. Okay, good. Because it shows her holding it. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present.
The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garrodib's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we need to consider how it came to be. At the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
But as we all know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of the wholesale transporting the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement to that point. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. Being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garrodib household into the pavement below. Precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book got through.
Yes, Mrs. Garrodeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it. Well, I suppose she might have reached down.
Oh, no.
She's so cute. Picked up the book.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick up the fallen book, what position would her back have been in? And that's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book. Oh, that was cool.
Shing!
The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, Walking by chance directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
But I never...
Compared to Mr. Natsume. But the woman simply collapsed on the floor, in the dark and in the fog. He didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
There never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb.
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if by chance it may have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garadeb.
Well, if she just didn't throw the knife in the first place, no one would have got hurt.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me, and I threw that book, and I threw that knife as well. John, dear?
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Boom. Oh, come on. The fat jokes, come on, bro. His bad knee, Oh. Why is the old man still the only one who's fucking guilty? He's just not paying attention, bro. He's just daydreaming. Literally.
Lord Wendixe, what news of Mrs. Garadib? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
Yeah, they shouldn't have to go to prison. It was not only an accident, but she didn't die at least. So, probably just like, you know, pay damages or whatever. Fine.
There's good news, however, my lord. I've just heard word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her.
How wonderful. The woman's out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that's good news. I have a bad feeling about that. But, yeah, anyway.
So, Mr. Sosuke Natsume.
Yes.
On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. Oh, no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman was just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again, in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yeah, Constable Pete said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she'd been killed too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. No one thought to check a pulse?
It's been about 2 years since I arrived in Great Britain, but now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me.
Poor Sosuke-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Bro's literally schizophrenic.
Yeah, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and ran away. I should have called for help from a doctor, for the police! Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. But before we were befooled by the spirit and led to false conclusions, but thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, the chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both.
Oh!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As for the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't expect the woman next to me for that's for sure.
Hit in for the old beam while she's out of action, you know, but I know what her decision will be. Which means you'll finally be able to get back here and get out of here and start work. Oh, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I?
Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
Not guilty.
Yippee!
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go!
Yippee! Hooray!
Very well, Mr. Suski Natsume, I hereby pronounce you.
Yippee! Thank you, British gumshoe!
Hey, there's no problem there, pal. I do enjoy me a bottle of water and some fish and chips. Well, that's for sure, sir. And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Yes, Lord, sir.
You are now a free man once more. So I hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Hooray!
Yippee! We did it! Hooray! Yippee!
Hope that guy gets work, because otherwise his wife might literally kill him. And then we'll be in here for the next trial on that.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
At last I'm...
Oh.
At last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Now I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard to just say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to that poor woman was in no way your fault at all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that. Lovely, loyal locum lawyer!
Yeah?
I mean, as I said before, I just never got used to the life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm against that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased to have met you. We're very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. So, are we starting the trial then? I've got several accounts of proper, good, brilliant, incontrovertible evidence. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh,
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo. I wish you the very best of luck. Oh, it's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? It's you! Sherlock Sholmes. No? Have we met, sir?
oh, this is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, I see! I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters had taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Eh. Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very bad about how I've behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I'm so sorry, but really I am, but that was quite priceless. Poor Sosuke-san. Still on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, about what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed.
It'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I'll protect you. Hiya! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yeah, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped, and I've come to realize that this is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
That's very touching, Mr. Natsume.
Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse? That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots, and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sosuke-san. Could be an interesting read.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry, what about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel like we finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is extinguished.
Well then, you can take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, ceiling, and walls.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh, mine evil spirit?
Oh, yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an invaluable wake-up call.
I think it's the cat. I still think it's the cat. We'll, think about it if that's alright.
Perhaps I should offer a more welcome alternative. How about you stay with me, my dear friends? God, it's so boring at home, I could use you. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it wasn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic! I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful! Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take too long.
Well, somebody's happy.
This means we can have a sleepover, Mr. Naruhodo, and we can tell ghost stories, and maybe, you know, hug if it gets a little too scary. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London.
Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege to meeting you. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're gonna have to say goodbye so soon.
Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day.
Yeah, I'm sure.
And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Aw.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yeah, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening.
Yay! Yippee! Bros has taken a liking to us. We are partners now. And so, with Sosuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 221B Baker Street. Yippee! Ooh, quite cozy. The attic room. Not too bad. Got a window. So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
our office? I really like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
Whoa! Mr. Sholmes is in his formal wear. His normal wear. Mr. Sholmes, yes. Thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
I've been doing all the work. I'm just voicing them. They're doing all the work.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel?
I love this outfit for him. I really enjoy his overcoat, but you know.
To have your own office in the capital?
Well, it's very exciting, actually. Oh, look, he's got a little flower icon on his belt, too. I don't think I noticed that. Actually, I don't know if it's a... What else would it be? It is a flower, I think.
He looks very dashing.
Agreed. It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. He said it! He said the thing! He said it!
Yes, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. I quite like the sound of that. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies beyond London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London.
Yippee! Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came. Bro, you're speaking like this is Game of Thrones. You got one episode left. How true could it really be? I'm sure it's very true, actually. We have a whole game left to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay beneath it. And wow. That was a very good episode. I really enjoyed that one. I think that's my favorite so far, honestly. I think the last one was too inconclusive to really be a contender. The first one was really good. But again, that was also, you know, ended on a weird cliffhanger. And then, well, the Burrier was very, very good as well. But that one so far, nice, concise, funny. Loved all the characters. Alright, well, the last episode. The Hound of the Baskervilles. So, as per usual, we'll watch the intro cutscene and then we'll leave it for another day. However, that is not the end of today's streaming activities. As you well know, the Nintendo Direct is in 7 hours. So, once we watch this, I will see you then for some 30 minutes of announcements. Thank you, Kokaida. Now, let us watch and get a little taste. Hopefully for tomorrow, but if something gets shadow dropped, I can't, like, confirm anything.
It's coming! Sholmes'
Who's
cry
coming?
Pierced through the thick wall of fog around us.
I'm coming.
Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness.
The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was.
A werewolf.
Such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. Look well, Wilson, Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast.
I don't know about you guys, but I think that wolf is actually
Well, this-
Mr. Naruhodo, I think.
This is
I think
the
he's just a...
diabolical hound
He
of
hasn't
the
gotten his
Baskervilles.
favorite meal yet. That's him before he's had his coffee in the morning. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. And that's where we'll leave today's stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, Kakaiden, for following as well. And everybody for joining in. Very fun. I'm really, really enjoying Great Ace Attorney. I loved Spirit of Justice, but I think this is kind of like a step up in quality. Like, Spirit of Justice was really good. But I don't know. I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Maybe it's the change in setting that's making me kind of place it above. But yeah, I guess whenever we can, we will start the last case, and we'll be hopping right into Great Ace Attorney 2 as well. I want to just clean the Ace Attorney slate in preparation for Ace Attorney 7. Whenever that gets announced and released, Capcom, at least having all the games done, dusted, up on the YouTube channel, it'll be great to put a nice bow on it. We've been working at it for so long, and we're finally here at the last game almost. But yeah, so as I said, in 7 hours we'll be here for the Nintendo Direct. Who knows what will be announced? If there's any like big shadow drops, I can't confirm that we'll be playing Ace Attorney tomorrow. So, if you are here for the Direct, we'll go over what we're doing tomorrow. Because, it'll get shown. But yeah. Other than that, thank you for joining, everyone. I'll see you at the Direct. And if you're not going to join us, fair enough. I hope you have a wonderful sleep. And I'll see you later for more Ace Attorney. Bye, everybody.